that's not good. Let me think. Okay, there we go. I think that fixed the problem. Yeah. Hey, hello everyone, and welcome back to Dragon Age Inquisition with Chaos Counseling. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of continue on from yesterday. I did, what's the word I'm looking for? I did quickly, redispatch the war table before the stream started and just fast traveled to the Mire. So today, for real, we're actually going to play through the Mire. So that's the goal for the day, is that I have oh wait, yeah, Blackwall doesn't have to be physically present for this. But yeah, that's the goal for today, is that we're actually going to complete the Mire, because I kept putting this one off for, well, usually legit reasons, but still. The goal today is to, because like I mentioned before, normally when I play through this game, I usually have the Mire like completed before I even get to Skyhold. So it was interesting getting to Skyhold, because beating the Mire results in you needing to pass judgment on one of the local tribesmen. So it was interesting actually getting to Skyhold and not having that waiting for you to pass judgment on. So this will be interesting. You know, I think another reason why I definitely prefer always siding with the mages in this, because, you know, I mentioned like some of the, oh, it's what I'm looking for. Like some of like the stuff, like, you know, how Fiona, you know, ends up dying, becoming a monster and dying. You don't, and there's like no real equivalent character you get to save per se, or whatever. But another reason why I definitely prefer siding with the mages is because if you don't, you never meet Felix, and you don't get as in-depth of a story with Dorian. Now again, you do have like the quest with the Templars, especially with how you meet Cole, is super interesting, and it's definitely one of the more enjoyable quests in the game. I just don't necessarily think it's worth missing out on what you do with the mages quests. But that could just be me. Again, I've said this several times throughout the course of this series. It's very clear that the developers favored the mages. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because, yeah, I get it.
Careful.
And I agree with it. But the trade-off does mean that not doing both, you know, picking both options is not going to give you an equal gaming experience. Like, you will definitely have a better experience doing one over the other, for whatever that's worth. Okay. You know, the Mire's not that interesting of a place. I mean, it probably goes without saying, it's a mire, it's a swamp, it's gross and whatnot, but still. It's kind of honestly like a glorified hallway, if I'm being perfectly frank. That's weird. The sound effects are oddly low on my end. So yeah, I'm basically doing the exact opposite of what the game recommended, because they're like, hey, or like the lore recommend, like, hey, don't touch the water. If you disturb the water, the undead will rise. I'm like, yep. So what about that? I'll just hit him with my, Okay, cool. It's like, I'll just hit them with my, you know, ethereal axe and then go about my business. Plus, this way, I can more accurately completely fill the map in, since I'm able to go to all the nooks and crannies. Okay, I knew I could destroy that. Hello, Mr. Zombie. Would you consider not being a zombie? Thank you. I'm glad you've seen things my way.
Is that a beacon of some sort?
Right. I remember this. I remember this. Quest, subquest, whatever.
Look out!
Now again, thankfully, finding all the runes here is nowhere near as annoying as finding all the glyphs in the where we were last time. I forget what it's called. It's like the sacred.
Keep an eye out for more beacons. We can use them to fight the undead.
The point is that all the glyphs are on the back of these, you know, little pillars that are part of this thing. It's like, oh, light all the pillars or whatever. It does mean you'll get attacked by undead, but just do it. It's good for the soul or whatever. The beacons, yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, we're gonna back up a hair. Again, I want to make sure I kind of fill this map in as much as I can, just because I don't want to miss anything. Grab some blood lotus. Some more blood lotus. So, again, I am trying to not just keep making the same Mortal Kombat joke whenever I do that. But speaking of Mortal Kombat, yeah, the trailer for Mortal Kombat 2 looks promising. I can't necessarily say it looks good, because then argument could be made that it's like, okay, including too much fan service is a recipe for a bloated disaster. Because, I mean, anyone who ever saw Mortal Kombat Annihilation from back in the day would tell you that just because it, you know, had plenty of the game in it and plenty of characters from the game did not make it a good movie. In fact, if anything, it made Mortal Kombat Annihilation one of the worst video game movies of all time. But I think Carl Urban is a good choice for an older Johnny Cage. It is also nice that it looks like Johnny Cage is going to be the protagonist, which, to be perfectly frank, I kind of feel Johnny Cage should have been the protagonist in the first Mortal Kombat movie instead of just inventing the character of Cole Young. I mean, Cole Young worked fine. Like, I don't I didn't hate Cole Young in the first Mortal Kombat movie. I thought he was acted well. He pushed the story along, and the idea of him being a descendant of Scorpion was kind of interesting, and they did some interesting stuff with it. But in a franchise like Mortal Kombat that has so many characters and so many beloved characters, it is kind of a mistake, in my opinion, to, you know, give so much time over to someone who isn't a well-beloved character, you know? Because most of anything that Cole Young did in the movie could have been tweaked to be about Johnny Cage or... Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, it doesn't look like that killed the stream. I'm just must have... Okay. Okay. As long as we're still on the air, which it does appear that we are, we'll be good. But yeah, I want to make it very clear, any of that I'm saying has nothing to do with the actor who played Cole Young, because honestly, I thought he did a great job with the material he was given. So, it has nothing to do with him. As I really sadly feel you do kind of need to make a distinction these days where it's like, I'm not criticizing the actor, I'm criticizing the character or the directing or some of the writing decisions, you know? Because especially after, you know, the crap that like Daisy Ridley and the other, or just Star Wars actors in general have put up from their fans, it's like, okay, like, perfect example, Mohammed Best as Jar Jar. It's like, guys, you can hate Jar Jar. There is nothing wrong with hating Jar Jar, but Mohammed Best does not deserve any shit because he just played the character. He didn't write the character. He didn't direct the character. He just played him. And that goes double for, you know, Jake Lloyd, poor kid, Daisy Ridley, and sadly I don't remember her name, but the actress who played Rose. It's like, none of them wrote these characters. They just were hired to portray them. Yeah. And again, honestly, well, yeah, I don't like Jar Jar. I'm not the biggest fan of Rey. I think Rose is completely fine. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of the kiss between her and Finn. I felt that was a hair forced. Especially since it's like, I personally felt Finn had better chemistry with Poe. Or just, we don't need a romance subplot, period. Like, these are all A's. What's wrong with that? But yeah. Not the biggest fan of, like, I think... That's another thing that does bug me. Finn was easily the most interesting character in the sequel trilogy, and he was the one who got shafted probably the most. By the way, if anyone's wondering, I know there's like a quest. I don't remember where I get it, but you need to collect a certain amount of diseased tissue to complete it, and the only way you get the diseased tissue is by interacting with the corpses floating in the water like that. Okay, who pissed off this thing? Because, yeah, I believe, like, don't quote me on this, but I believe that the idea that this game had was that after you were done with the hinterlands, it was kind of expecting you to come do the Mire before you moved to advance the story in a pretty meaningful way. And I think this was supposed to teach you about the Balefire cliff, so that you had to excuse me, deal with the Balefire glyphs and other story instances, like we did at the Exalted Plains. That's what it was called. I don't know why I was struggling to remember what that place was called. It gives you, you've already kind of learned the mechanics in a more controlled area, or more smaller. I don't know. I can't think of the words right now. My brain is not at its most eloquent at the moment because I once again was struggling to get proper sleep.
So, kid, why human?
It was the shape that would help.
Huh. Most people don't pick a shape. I guess I was hoping for something deeper with that question.
It had to be him, but harmless. The him he wanted that wouldn't hurt.
Well, that's deeper, I think.
Camp time. Let's get some cover from this perpetual rain that never goes away.
Nothing to report, sir.
Sup, broski? Let's see, where's the requisition table? There we go. Oh yeah, it looks like I've permanently got like the Way of the Templar or the Way of the Blood Rage or whatever the fuck. Like just in my inventory, or just in my requisitions now.
No sign of the Avar who want to challenge me. The Inquisition soldiers.
I hope the Avar haven't gotten bored with the hostages and that they understand how hostages work.
Testify. Oh, hey, Muffin, how are you? You haven't been there long, right? I kind of, my brain was wandering a bit. So I wasn't checking the comment, or the chat as frequently as I should have been. How you doing? Sup, buddy?
So, you're Herald of Andraste. My kin want you dead, Lowlander, but it's not my job. No fears from me.
Why aren't you with the other Avar?
Okay, cool.
Trying to figure out this hole in the world. Never seen anything like it's like. They spit out angry spirits. Endless. What the sky's trying to tell us? I don't know.
You don't know, do ya?
They're caused by the breach in the sky. It was some kind of magic gone wrong.
I know that, Lowlander. I'm talking about the Lady of the Skies. Do you not know her? Can't you see
You know, it's funny, since I did do this quest after Haven was lost, the rift has already been closed, or the breach has already been closed in the sky, so... I'm doing okay. I'm at Lego Festival with my cousin. Oh, nice. So do you usually be here alone? It was last legit Lego Fest 2 years ago, but this time my cousin came with. Oh, you know, that's fun. Is Lego Festival like like a local thing, or did you have to travel
A few were injured in
far
the
for
skirmish,
that?
but they were alive. Last I saw them. Someone's trained them well. They killed more of us than I thought they would.
I thought the Avar wanted to fight me.
Our chieftain's son wants to fight you. I'm called in when the dead part. Rights to the gods. Mending for the bleeding. A dagger for the dying. That's what I don't pick up a blade for a whelp's trophy hunt.
Fair enough.
Farewell, then.
Watch the war.
All right. Sorry, Varric. I thought there was a demon that popped up behind you. Thankfully, I've got, you know, a magic axe that prevents me from committing, you know, friendly fire. That or the game doesn't have friendly fire programmed into it. Either way, you're safe with me and my laser axe.
You can't hurt me!
Be gone, giant diarrhea in the sky.
Lady in the skies. You can mend the gaps in the air. Aye.
Oh, sorry. I thought there'd be a
Farewell, then.
follow-up after you saw me close the rift right in front of you, but okay. Just keep being there, oodles, canoodles, and mysterious and whatnot. And I think I already said this in a previous stream, but I really wish there was a Mortal Kombat game that had kind of a mode similar to Soul Calibur 6's adventure mode, where I could make like a custom character to go through Mortal Kombat. On your question before, it's more local thing, but there are others that are further away. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. It is Lego. It is a worldwide toy brand. Because it would just, I don't know, it would be fun for me at the very least to take Edgelord through have Edgelord go to the world of Mortal Kombat. Especially since, because my Edgelord cosplay, I'll oftentimes have a Chinese cap hat on. You know, the kind that Raiden wears. A lot of people just assume at first glance that my costume is that my Edgelord costume is a Mortal Kombat costume. Again, just because of the hat, like, the rest of my outfit looks absolutely nothing like Raiden specifically. Although amusingly, when a good friend of mine did a picture of Edgelord, due to the angle that Edgelord, let's see, Edgelord in a Lego game, polar opposite of him. So we're playing the Batman game. You know, honestly, I had actually been thinking, it's like, could I justify taking Edgelord through a Lego game? And then I was kind of thinking of the ones that I owned, and I kind of had struggled to justify it. Because yes, there are custom characters in the Lego games, but you can only take them in free play mode, which means there'd be no story. So I'm like, oh, I can't justify it, at least with the Lego games I own. But that absolutely was something that I had been genuinely considering. Because that'd be fun. like one that I'm like, I could kind of make this work, but unfortunately I don't have cables that work. Sorry, just to clarify, I have Lego Racer for the N64. My Lego infection spreads into the brain of everyone I know. Hey, I mean, growing up, Bionicles were my jam, man. I mean, okay, to be honest, I had like 4 of the original Bionicles. I had 2 of the Borak, 1 of the Rakshi, but I actually, oddly enough, never got any of the Toa Nova Bionicles. And, like, except for, I got Takanuva, the Bionicle of Light. But yeah, and then after that, I didn't really buy anything else Bionicle related, as much as I freaking loved Bionicle. Like, I bought the first Bionicle movie. That was like the first movie I ever purchased with my own money. What else? I had like a Bionicle guidebook or something that basically it kind of had blurbs of information about just all the different cultures and villages around the island of Motunui. And it actually included the alphabet of the Bionicle universe, which, I mean, it was just the English alphabet, but with symbols. I've never actually watched any Bionicle, but I've heard a lot of good about it. Yeah, I can't really recommend checking out any of the Bionicle media now, because they're for very, very little kids, to say the very least. Because, like, yeah, the Ninjago language is the same, English alphabet with symbols instead. Hey, if it works, it works. Because, yeah, the Bionicle movies are very, very cheesy. And honestly, don't really capture in a lot of ways what made the Bionicles so epic back in the day. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, we would get Lego magazine,
Quite a smell.
and for a while, the Lego magazine would have pack-in Bionicle comics. That was where, like, the real epic and real interesting story of the that I really got into as a kid came from, not movies. And there was never a TV show, which surprised me. Uh-oh. Sorry, I just noticed that the stream is actually lagging pretty far. Okay, never mind. I think we're okay. Muffin, is the stream lagging on your end at all? But yeah, sorry, going way back, my friend, like, this picture she drew of Edgelord, because Edgelord was sitting kind of in profile, it honestly made it kind of look like that Edgelord was wearing a Mortal Kombat ninja mask. Even though it's like, I don't. Like, I mean, okay, yes, I do have a Mortal Kombat ninja mask that I wore once as Edgelord, just as a joke. But my normal Edgelord mask is respirator that just goes over the nose and mouth, and then it's kind of got the 2 little, you know, circular filters on the side. But yeah, just in drawn format, it did kind of make Edgelord look like a Mortal Kombat ninja, and I'm like, oh, it's pretty good.
He was very insistent that I help.
Interesting.
What's interesting?
It's surprising that an elven apostate is the one who joined the Inquisition voluntarily.
That's fair. Although, to be fair, after what happened in Dragon Age 2, can you really blame Varric for being hesitant to sign on with, you know, Templars of any kind? Buongiorno, would you like to have axe in my face, yeah? Oh, you would like to have axe in your face. I'd be happy to put axe in your face. Yeah. You know, so, Abby has been streaming Nancy Drew lately, just because she really needed a break from that Phoenix Wright game she was playing, because she wasn't enjoying that, because she doesn't really like that game as much as the other Phoenix Wright games. And because of that, she was actually went back and rewatched a lot of the old Sisters Therapy videos that she, Flays, and Jesse did way back in the day. And yeah, Abby is kind of sad, understandably so, because, I mean, she misses being able to spend time with her, you know, biological sister and her adopted sister, just playing, you know, games they really like before, you know, life really got in the way. Yeah, I will also say it has been nice, because, like, for a while, we were actually, like, frequently getting comments on a lot of our videos being like, when is Sisters Therapy coming back, or when are you going to play this game again from, you know, the early days of the channel? And I'm like, guys, Sisters Therapy is sadly never coming back, because Jesse and Flays have moved on for various reasons. And the custom Robo 10th anniversary stream was the, like, Sunshine has kind of made it very clear now that they're married and, you know, out of, you know, college, pursuing their own careers and what, their career and whatnot. They made it very clear to us that the 10th anniversary custom Robo stream is probably the last time they'll ever appear on the channel, because, I mean, heck, the only reason they wanted to be a part of that is because Custom Robo, well, just that time on the channel with Custom Robo, and just Custom Robo in general was just a very big and important part of our lives, you know? Because Custom Robo was easily one of our favorite games growing up. So playing that for the YouTube channel was kind of a big deal. It's kind of the same thing with Crystal Chronicles being a big deal, you know? I mean, heck, me and Abby put off, like, Crystal Chronicles was one of the very first games we ever wanted to play for the channel, but we delayed playing it until Sunshine was, because Sunshine was out of the country for a few years in Ecuador serving a LDS mission. And we're like, okay, we can't play Crystal Chronicles until they get back. I mean, heck, we even started Custom Robo before they got back. Like, wait, but I wanted to be part of Custom Robo. That's something I mentioned in the 10th anniversary stream. This is why that in the original videos, Sunshine, like, I kind of gave up my role of Marcia to Sunshine, because when Marcia was first introduced, I voiced her. And then Sunshine joined a little later. And even then, due to scheduling, Sunshine wasn't actually there for, like, not like the finale of the Custom Robo series, because they were present for when we beat the post game stuff, but they weren't present for the battle with Rahu and whatnot. So. It's also funny to look back and be like, how many jokes that... I mean, I don't necessarily reference them constantly anymore, but I'm like, so many running jokes for the channel, at least for a while, stemmed from our custom Robo playthrough. And it's also funny to look back and like, oh, this is why that became a joke. Or hell, just since I mentioned Rahu... The joke of always, you know, repeating Rahu's name a second time after, you know, kind of in a sing-song way. If it's, you know, it's like, because of Rahu, Rahu! It got started because the first time Rahu's name was mentioned out loud was when the police chief was informing the protagonist about Rahu. And just for shits and giggles, Sunshine decided to voice the chief like they had a golf ball in their mouth. So it was genuinely pretty hard to understand what was being said. So I just decided to quickly chime in. It's like, it was called Rahu. Rahu! Just to make sure that, you know, the audience at home could actually understand what Sunshine was saying. And then it just turned into, oh, a thing that we just did. It was fun. I keep... needing to reach out to Flays about the possibility of doing more Deltarune. But it's a combination of she's busy, we're busy, and I don't know, just... It's been so long since Undertale came out, it's been so long since Deltarune started coming out, and that, I mean... And... Undertale was something brought to the channel by Jesse. So, freely admit, as much as Abby and I love the characters of both Undertale and Deltarune, we don't, in and of itself, have as much of a deep vested interest in getting back to it, if that makes sense, you know? I mean, for me, my deep interest, vetted interest, it's like I want to show off more games in the Tales series or the Dragon Age series or Paper Mario. I mean, I fucking binged all the Paper Mario games that I could. Again, not counting the one on the 3DS because I don't really have a way of streaming that one. Actually, speaking of the Tales series, I didn't even realize it was this close, but I just, well, it might be more accurate to say I was just reminded that the remake of Tales of Xillia comes out next week. And I'm like, oh shit, I did not realize it was that close. And anyone who, well, I wouldn't say anyone, but this is something I have said a few times in the different, streams that I've done for the Tales series. Tales of Xillia is a great intro to Tales game. So like if you've never played a Tales game before and you wanted to give it a shot, I recommend Tales of Xillia as a good first outing. So yeah. If you guys want to check, if you guys have anyone in the audience ever been curious about a Tales game, yeah, I think Xillia is a very good dip your toe in the water type game. So, yeah. Do I think it's one of the best? Do I think it's the best? Well, no. I do think there are much better Tales games out there. Again, I stand by that I think Tales of Berseria is the best one, and my bias is always going to, you know, make me rank Symphonia pretty high, but again, Xillia is a good first Tales game to experience, because It's got a lot of good things that make the other Tales games fun. It's got very fluid combat. The story is not too complex, but is not dumbed down and stupid. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't say dumbed down and stupid. Like, just as an example, Tales of Graces is a game I like, but the story flows like crap, so it can be confusing at time. And then Tales of Arise, a game I do want to like, but its story is very badly written. Zelia's story is not Shakespeare or anything, but it's easy to follow. It's presented in an interesting way, and it thankfully doesn't contradict itself in some places. Because in my opinion, like, one of the biggest problems that Tales of Arise has is that the game is very, very dialogue heavy. Like, Tales of Arise in particular is kind of obsessed with explaining as much about how the world works logically as possible. So then when you get to the end, and they're like, it's kind of, and you kind of get the explanation of what's going on, it's not been fleshed out enough or established enough. Like, how do I put this? I don't necessarily want to spoil it, because I do eventually plan on streaming Tales of Arise, but it's also not the newest game in the world either. Basically, there's a revelation that's like, oh my gosh, these two things that were two separate things were always meant to be one thing. But it's never actually explained why these two things that were meant to be one thing became two things at all. So it's like, okay, you can't spend so much time going out of their way to, like, explain how every little thing works, to then drop a bombshell that big but never explain why things went wrong. Because that's the thing, is that the game never explains why everything went wrong to create this situation in the first place. And it's like, you can't do that. Especially in, like I said, a big problem that Tales of Arise had is that it spent most of the game grounding itself in discussion about how the world works and trying to explain a lot of the fantastical elements. So yeah, it's like, okay, tonally and narratively, you have set your story up as a story of logic, reason, and discussion. So you cannot skip over, you know, an explanation, that's this crucial and this tied into the world that the game exists in, you know? Because again, I want to be clear, leaving things vague is fine. But as Abby and I kind of know, because Abby and I played through it again together, because when I first played through Tales of Arise, I really liked it to a point, but then I'm like, I don't know how I feel about the game, which I'm like, Abby, please play the game with me, so I can get your opinion and try to figure out what it was about Tales of Arise that left me kind of confused. And yeah, Abby's conclusion was Tales of Arise, like, so most Tales games have, all the Tales games that I played have the little skits that you can get. They're usually optional, like, you do not actually have to do any of them. They just usually add, you know, flavor and, you know, intrigue or whatever. Well, Tales of Xillia had a incredibly large number of skits, especially after, like, boss fights and whatnot, where the characters would chat, get philosophical, and then try to dissect the world around them. So, damn it. So, yeah, as we kind of, Abby and I kind of concluded, you can't go out of your way to, like, go above and beyond explaining every teeny tiny detail in all these conversations to just be able to get away with, and we don't feel like explaining it, you know? Plus, ooh, the skits really kind of ruined the main character of Tales will Rise, Alphen. Because, as Abby noticed, Alphen, there was some behavioral inconsistencies with Alphen. Like, he'd have a very distinct personality in the main story, but then in the skits, he could act completely different, almost as if someone else was writing him. Because, again, as Abby pointed out, it's like Alphen was always very warm and friendly towards Xion in the main story scenes, but would then get, like, kind of cold and aggressive towards her during the skits. Which, like, that's not good writing if it feels like he's a completely different character from skit to actual gameplay, you know? And I know that my plan after finishing Dragon Age Inquisition was to stream Tales of Zestiria next, since we've played Berseria for the channel, and Berseria is a prequel to Zestiria. But with Xelia coming out next week, or the remake of Xelia coming out next week, I might want to stream that next. However, I'm also debating on if I want to kind of monkey wrench my schedule again and possibly stream Pokemon Legends ZA or Digimon Story Time Stranger, because those games are topical right now, and I'm enjoying both of them. And well, like I said yesterday, I really should have done a first impressions video on Pokemon Legends ZA rather than just start playing it. But that ship has sailed. It's too late for me to give my raw first impression, so I'm just gonna count that as an L and move on with my day. You know, in hindsight, maybe I should include my live stream of the demo of Time Strangers in my first impressions playlist. I don't know. The problem with the first impressions again, ZA was absolutely one that would have fallen under, like, I kind of need to talk about this. Like I said, I just kind of didn't think about it. It just, I don't know, things happened. It doesn't help that it came out on the weekend. So it came out last weekend, if I remember correctly. And that Sunday, it's like I didn't have time to do streaming that day because I was busy doing a film shoot. And I'm like, well, I brought my Switch with me so I could play it. Excuse me. I could play it in the downtime in between takes. So I'm like, well, might as well bring ZA and play it, you know? So that's another reason why I didn't get why I started it before I could do an impressions video on it. Let's see, what else? I think another thing that... Heck. That film shoot made me kind of, like, for lack of a better word, reevaluate myself a little bit. Was, while I was playing Pokemon Legends ZA, just, you know, in the downtime, someone's like, is that Pokemon? I'm like, yep. He's like, then they just like, Digimon's better, just by the way, and I just kind of look up at him like, yeah, I'm not taking that bait. You know, in hindsight, I should have said, I'm like, and that's precisely the reason why Digimon is never been able to be as popular as Pokemon. It's because of dumbasses like you, and unfortunately even me in the past, who anytime we see someone enjoying Pokemon, we have to whip out, you know, our I'm a Digimon fan, you know, I'm a Digimon fan card and be like, this is the superior franchise. Even though it's like, okay, if we're constantly telling people that they can't like Pokemon, it's like, oh, you have to acknowledge Digimon's better, so give up so stop giving Pokemon attention and give Digimon attention. Digimon is never going to get the attention it deserves, because the reality of the situation is there are more Pokemon fans in the world than there ever will be Digimon fans. It sucks, because I think Digimon is the better franchise as a whole, but I also acknowledge that Pokemon is the franchise that has more wide appeal and has reached more people and touched more people's lives and whatnot. And constantly acting like you gotta pick a side just means that we have now basically told millions of people out there who maybe would have checked it out, oh, don't check it out unless you're willing to give up, you know, something that's near and dear to you, you know? And I'm like, that's just stupid. And it's like, I need to be more constructive whenever I try to pitch whatever I'd like. Hey, yes, do I think Digimon is better than Pokemon? Yes, I do think, as a whole, Digimon is better. However, I can also acknowledge that the Digimon games have not had the same mass appeal as the Pokemon games. To be perfectly frank, as much as I love, you know, Digimon, even I can admit I have some issues with a number of their games. Because, like, have all the Digimon story games I've played, it's the two Cyber Sleuth games and Time Stranger. And yes, I'm still playing through Time Stranger. They are somewhat grind heavy in not the best ways possible. Like, just as an example, the very first Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth game, my save file, when I beat it the first time, had over 200 hours logged on it. Just because I would leave the game on while I played something else, just so my Digimon could grind experience on the Digifarm. Because that's what I had to do in order to get, like, Omnimon and Lucimon. And then when I played Hacker's Memory for the first time, I logged even more hours because Hacker's Memory now had things like Gallantmon Crimson Mode and Susanomon and so on and so forth that were... And Apocalypmon, that's a big one because, well, thankfully Apocalypmon doesn't require the same amount of crazy high stats or whatever, or crazy high... I know it does require crazy high ABI. The main requirement to get an Apocalypmon is you have to have one of the Dark Master Digimon at level 99. And no matter which way you slice it, that takes hours to get a Digimon that high. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think most people are going to be willing to put in the hours necessary to complete the field guide. Especially since it's not as intuitive in a lot of ways. And this is a complaint I still have about Time Stranger, even though I'm loving that game to pieces. I've never liked that in these games, Digimon levels, like, your Digimon have a level cap until they, like, Digivolve a few times. Or the fact that... Let's see, level cap, or... I never liked things like ABI in the first two Cyber Sleuth games, in the Cyber Sleuth games, and then talent, I think, is kind of what replaced it in Time Stranger. I think these are very new player unfriendly. And then Digimon World: The Next Order. I remember when I first played it, I liked it, but I'm like, I don't know if I'll play it again. And I didn't touch it for a while, but then I found it for sale, like, dirt cheap on the Switch store. Thought, oh, you know what? I think I actually will get it here because maybe this game will... Because I got it for the PlayStation 4 originally, because I don't think it was initially released on the Switch. I thought maybe this game will have a better experience if I can take it on the go and I'm not, you know... I have to stick my butt to the couch for hours at a time to play it. And actually, yes, that game does work much better in a handheld portable form. So guys, if you are interested in playing Digimon World: The Next Order, and you're not sure what console to get it on, if, say, you're like me, you have a Nintendo, you have a Switch and a PlayStation 4, I highly recommend you get it on the portable system, because that gameplay loop works better on the go. However, a problem that I ran into, and it's why I actually never ended up the other reason I didn't end up beating Digimon Story or Digimon World: The Next Order is because both Digimon Time Strangers came out and Pokemon Legends ZA came out, and I've been playing those, and I'm playing ZA as my portable game instead of Digimon, but I digress. I haven't been playing it very much, but I digress. Wait. Because I am literally down to the last stretch of the game. Like, I basically just need to get to the bottom level of the final area and fight the final boss. And despite the fact that I had 2 Megas that had pretty high stats to the point that I was able to deal with every other challenge in the game, it's like, wow, I can get in a single fight with just the bog standard enemies in the final area, and then I need to retreat and heal. It's like, okay, I just need to grind some more stats, so I do. But since the Digimon, because, like, if those who don't know, Digimon was originally based on basically a Tamagotchi style toy. As such, the very first Digimon World game and Digimon World: The Next Order functions in a very similar way to a Tamagotchi. And in this particular case, your Digimon only live for a very set amount of time. Which means after enough time passes, or if your Digimon gets sick or whatnot, they will die, reincarnate, and you got to start over from scratch. Now, obviously, there are things you can do that's like,
More undead!
if you get this upgrade, your Digimon will maintain more of their stats. Well, at least when they reincarnate, their stats will be higher than they were when they were born last time or whatever.
We should look around.
And I'm like, it helps, but it doesn't change the fact that you still have to spend hours grinding your Digimon back up every time they reincarnate. And it does get kind of tedious there at the end, because on top of it, I mean, yes, there are items that you can cause your Digimon to digivolve quicker, but that comes with its own set of caveats. Which I'm not really going to get into here, but basically the big one and the big talking point here is, yeah, so when your Digimon first is born, they start as, as a baby, obviously. And then as soon as they get stats they need to digivolve, they'll digivolve immediately. And then once they're an in-training Digimon, then they can become a rookie pretty quickly. But I believe, and I apologize if I'm wrong, a certain amount of time has to pass before they can digivolve into Champion, then Ultimate, then Mega. And yes, I'm using the English terms because that's what I'm familiar with. Meaning you are required to spend a certain amount of time just buffing their stats until you can get them to digivolve. And even if you use the Digivolution items, that's not in and of itself a solution, because one of the skills you can get is that when your Digimon digivolve, it extends their lifespan. And I believe, don't quote me on this, if you, like, say you use an item, like, okay, your Digimon is born naturally, it digivolves to Rookie naturally, but then you use items to digivolve them all the way up to Mega, you've actually shortened their lifespan, comparatively speaking, due to the simple fact that I believe when they digivolve, it sort of resets their counter for death to a certain extent. Again, I don't 100% get how it works, because, like, I remember, like, oh, I was able to get my Digimon to live for 20 in-game days, or 20 plus, no problem. So I'm like, I've got plenty of time to train up my Digimon, but literally, I've only gotten to, like, day 15, and then my Digimon dropped dead on me. I'm like, damn it, and I'm like, I haven't even been able to get their stats to a point where I feel comfortable going to challenge the final boss. Especially since it's like, I feel like you need to up your Digimon's bonds with each other and you in order to be able to allow them to DNA Digivolve mid-combat, basically kind of giving them a super form, which is very necessary to beat some of the harder boss fights. But the way the game is designed is that you don't get as many of those situations naturally as the game goes on. Because, like, the more time your Digimon reincarnate, the less likely they are to do things, like, it's kind of hard to explain, but Digimon will, if after you win a fight, after you do some successful training, they might come up to you and seek your approval. And based on how you respond in these situations, it can up their bonds with both you and each other. It's just, for some reason, the more time your Digimon reincarnate, they give you that opportunity to interact with them in that way less and less for some reason. I don't know. It's annoying. Now, there are ways around it, thankfully. Like, I have found that if you just feed your Digimon soda that you can get only from the vending machines out in the world, it ups their friendship and their bond just by drinking it. Which I'm like, okay, that does help. I also found it's like, okay, if you cook a dish using oily fruit, that gives you, that's a dish that also just naturally increases their camaraderie. So there are ways around this, but it is still kind of frustrating. Because it's not a perfect solution. Because heck, there were several moments where it's like, hey, my Digimon's bonds are all the way up, but why do they not technically have the EXE skills needed to oh shit, I was borderline T-posing for them to actually DNA Digivolve. I don't know. I feel you kind of get what I'm talking about. It is a game I still like. I honestly can safely say I do like the game, and I am still going to keep it on the list for possible edgelord games, mostly because I really enjoyed playing through Cyber Sleuth again as edgelord. One thing I can say, though, that in hindsight, what I wish...
God looks after you, Harold. There lies the brat. His father, chief of our holding, would duel me for the loss if he cared enough.
The Inquisition has a purpose your chief lacks.
Is this why the Lady of the Sky...
But yeah, in hindsight, so what I ended up doing is I'm like, oh, we played through the first Cyber Sleuth game for the channel years and years ago with Sunshine. So what I did is that I specifically ported over Sunshine's save data to edgelord's playthrough, because I figured, okay, that'd be a good way since it's continuing basically the channel's legacy. But looking back, what I wish I had done is, like, I should have played through both Cyber Sleuth games as edgelord. Mostly so we could do more out-of-body jokes like we did with Xenoverse. But also so I had more excuses to play Digimon games. But now I'm like, I don't... Because of how, like, edgelord's in-universe logic works, I just don't outright see the point or the logic of going back and playing through that now, you know? I mean, I guess I could justify it, since the stories are separate enough, and it's just because, you know, the characters in the second Cyber Sleuth game didn't exist when the first one was made, there'd be no real out-of-body, what is this malarkey going on, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'll still do it, but I'm not going to prioritize it, to say the very least. By the way, so the reason I'm opening the gate again is, while I don't think I need to, because I'm pretty sure I got everything here. I wanted to make sure that, because if you notice, like, if you close the front gate, that opens the gate back there to get into the keep, and vice versa. And while I'm pretty sure I will not need to come back here, I wanted to make sure that I opened the front gate just in case I did need to come back, because there's no way to fast travel into the keep. I don't remember if you can lock yourself out of the keep permanently, but I don't want to take that risk. Okay, we did it. We beat the Mire. Something I've been trying, and it only took us an hour and, let's just call it an hour, since I spent about maybe 5 or so minutes setting up the stream. But yeah, Mire is done and in the bag. I'm just going to quickly go talk to everybody, since I haven't been talking to everyone as much as I normally do.
Ah, you've been training.
To try
I
to
focus more on offense myself. Only so much defense I can do, right? I'm
just
quite
to not
weak.
waste a
It's
ton of
not like
time.
they're gonna miss. What about you? What made you decide to turtle up?
I can take more punishment than most. I thought I might as well play to that and draw.
Taking one for the team, huh? Well, just don't get yourself killed. You're the only one. Anyway, did you need anything, or just?
No, I just kind of came to talk.
See you.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so now that I've done with the Mire, I need to genuinely decide what I want to do next.
Something. Don't be a shit about it. I'm watching you.
Because, like, I think I can go to the Emerald Groves now. I could potentially go explore the DLC area, but I kind of want to do, like, the DLC stuff last.
Never trust half an elf.
I'll talk.
I don't know. I just feel like I want to put off the DLC stuff just to focus more on the story. Like, I'm going to do, again, I want to emphasize, I'm going to do all the DLC for this stream. Since the base, I think it's the Basins, it deals with the last Inquisition, like, tracking down the last resting place of the first, or the last Inquisitor, which, to say the very least, is very interesting from a lore standpoint. I think that's worth showing you guys. The Deep Roads DLC 100% comes back and is referenced in the next game, so it's like, yeah, I gotta do that one. And then the Trespasser DLC is post-game stuff that 100% sets up the next game, and it's DLC. Yeah, it's another unfortunate case of it's DLC, but it's not optional. You gotta play it to get the full experience, you know, which is kind of unfortunate, but I digress.
That'll do fine.
Okay, it's not the colors I thought it would have based on that picture.
Inquisition?
Heard you found something that would have liked to have seen it.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Blackwall. I still love you.
At your service.
I'm not romancing you this time, but
Nothing wrong.
I really love you. It's like, yeah, he's definitely one of, like, he's up there with one of my favorite characters to romance. Again, it would be I really think Dorian would be my absolute favorite character to romance. It's just, I don't normally play male Inquisitors in this game, mostly because, much like with Hawk, I really do prefer the female Inquisitor voice actors. I think they give better performances as a whole. Combined with the fact that for the most part, I tend to like the female-only romances in this game better than the male-only romances. Again, with the exception of Dorian.
I recommend we send people to Jadar to deal with the matter. Let's send some ambassadors to convince Jadar. Excellent.
Okay, I didn't get any people are ready to report, but we're right here, so let's take a quick look-see. See, I romanced Josephine in my very first playthrough, and oh well, I got perks, so let's spend them. But I haven't romanced Josephine since. Not that I disliked it, it's just I ended up finding others more engaging. Then romanced Solus in my second playthrough, and I've romanced him in most of my playthroughs. Then I've romanced Blackwall, really liked it. I tried romancing Iron Bull, and I did not like that one bit. Tried romancing Cassandra, but I don't know. I mentioned before, my problem with romancing Cassandra is I don't like that her romance is one of the ones where you can, like, because not every single romance has nudity in it. And I don't know, I just felt kind of like a gross voyeur, because I just had so much respect for her as a character that, I don't know, I didn't want to see her naked, if that makes any sense. I know it probably doesn't, but it's just how I felt. And honestly, if her romance didn't involve her being bare and naked, and I get that it's symbolic of her truly letting her guard down around you to show how much she's come to trust you, and you know, it's cool. I think that's pretty cool. It's just, it made me personally, I just wasn't comfortable with it. Because again, I know that I think it's one of those, since I'm not able to like fully immerse myself in the role play. It didn't feel like she was exposing herself to me. She was exposing her vulnerability to the Inquisitor, and I was just a creep looking in on it, if that makes sense. Yes, I know I play the Inquisitor, but I digress. I don't know. It's one of those things that I've been trying to rationalize it in my head, and I just can't, because I'm like, it's not rational.
This was a surprise. After you return from the bogs, we discovered this man attacking the building with a goat. Chief Movran the Under. He feels slighted by the killing of his Avar tribesmen, who repeatedly attacked you first. What should we do with him? Where should he go? You answered the death of your clan with a goat?
A courtroom? Unnecessary. You killed my idiot son, and I answered, as is my custom, by smacking your holdings with goat's blood.
Don't look at me.
No foul. You meant to murder Tevinters, but got feisty with your Inquisition. A red-headed mother guarantees a brat.
Yeah, this
Do
guy's
as you've
interesting.
earned, Inquisitor. My clan yields. My remaining boys have brains still in their heads.
I like this guy. Yeah.
It seems our conflict was accidental, Chief Movran, but it can't be repeated. I banish you and your clan, with as many weapons as you can carry, to Tevinter.
My idiot boy got us something after all.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite agents to acquire. Because it's like, yep. I love that it's like, it can't be repeated, so I banish you to a place that you want to go because you wanted to kill Tevinters with everything you need to do it.
Someone to talk your ear off? I think I can oblige.
Yeah, no, I love that interaction. It's fun.
My heart.
I'd like to hear more.
I would be happy to share it with you.
Tell me about the...
I found an ancient dwarven thaig no longer sheltered by the stone. 1,000 dwarven corpses lay. In the middle, one small body, clutching tightly.
Tell me about a spirit...
The Alamari crossed the Frostback Mountains to escape a beast they called the Shadow Goddess. I met the spirit that they fled. Great Ferelden formed because a lonely spirit drove her prey away.
Tell me about the old...
I saw a dwarf emerge into the... The tears were streaming from his eyes. Then he laid the rock down gently, and he left it.
We'll talk...
Dareth.
Yeah, just need to talk to Dorian, the bitch, and Liliana, and then we can hit the field again.
Here we are.
Nope.
I should...
No.
Love you, Dorian. Oh, Josephine's ready to report in, so we should hit that up too.
Off to another crisis, my dear. It has taken its toll on you.
Fuck off. Fuck face. Oh yeah, I need to also swing in the gardens and decide how we want to use them, since we've now got... Yeah.
Yes? Anything I should...
I've nothing to report at the moment.
I'll leave...
Yeet. Upgrade. Yeah, absolutely not. We are not doing the Chantry Gardens.
You've gathered quite the collection. I wonder how many are in the set.
It's a bit cold in here, don't you think? We are in the mountains.
I'm more concerned about everything scattering whenever there's a draft.
Let us begin.
Okie dokie. Oh wait, I guess that was a Sarah quest. I probably should talk to her before we hit the road, just in case there's more that moron wants to do.
From Haven's fire come we, the able true, to Skyhold now, a fortress strong and free.
We rally with our hero born anew, Inquisitor. There's
None as brave as thee.
Well, you're here. I'll be back.
Alright, what next? Hinterlands check. Mire check. I mean, there's a few things there, but I kind of accepted I'm not. That's just... Oh, yeah, I do need to do that one. So yeah, let's knock this off. Forgot I hadn't done that yet. So yeah, let's get this in the bag, because then we can start working on Josephine's personal quest. I mean, this is technically Josephine, but we can continue to advance Josephine's personal quest, is what I'm saying. Boopadoo. Don't mind me. I'm just going crazy.
You swear it's true? They saw her in Valchevet?
So Gaspard favors the trade you started, but Celine favors the house.
Good day to you.
Do you know where this noble wanted to meet us?
I do. The Comte Boisvert invited us to his mansion. I pray he clears up the deaths of my messengers, as promised.
Lead the way.
Welcome, my friend.
Thank you for seeing us, Comte Boisvert.
The honor is mine. Please, sit. It's an honor to assist two such distinguished guests.
We appreciate your help, Comte.
The death of Lady Montily's servants must weigh heavily on you. Have you heard of the House of Repose?
The Assassin's League?
My contacts obtained a copy of a document in the archives. Contract for life.
The House of Repose is hereby sworn to eliminate anyone attempting to overturn the Montily's trading exile in Orlais.
They're not just after your messengers, Josephine. They'll try for you, too.
I am afraid so, yes.
The contract was signed by a noble family. The Du Paraquets.
But the Du Paraquets died out as a noble line over 60 years ago.
Indeed. But the contract was signed 109 years ago.
How can a family try to kill you after they died out?
The Du Paraquets were our rivals. They drove the Montiliers from Val Royal. This contract was drawn up over 100 years ago, but it wasn't invoked until I tried to overturn my family's exile.
Unpleasant though it may be, the House of Repose is merely fulfilling its contractual duties.
If the people who wanted your family dead are gone, why are the assassins still after you?
A contract is a contract, Inquisitor. Our Legion businesses live and die by their reputations.
Yeah, even if it's assassins, that's why. Well,
if an
Orlais's
agreement
kind of
was
fucked.
tossed aside on a whim of time or fate.
She's quite right, Your Worship.
And
House
it's
of
kind
Repose
of
is
funny,
doing what it
especially
feels
after
necessary.
going to the Deventer Imperium in the
I
fourth
understand.
game. It's like, yeah, out of all the countries I've been to, Orlais's probably my least favorite.
I assume you
Even
have
though
a
they're the
thought or
ones
two
who
on this, Josephine?
present
The
themselves
Paraquets
as the
still
most
have descendants
advanced,
under
as
the
well since
common
they're the
patch.
heart of the
If
Chantry.
we elevate them to nobility, a Du Paraquet could annul the contract on my life.
That will take time, Lady Montigny. Time during which the House of Repose will be obliged to hunt you.
Will they now? You are exceedingly well informed. Were not to have said you'd heard rumors, at best.
A bit of subterfuge. This contract on your life is an ugly business. One the House of Repose deeply regrets. But this is Orlais. Even an assassin's word is his bond.
Does Comte Boisvert actually exist?
Absolutely. The Comte's offer to reveal the killers of Lady Montily's messengers was genuine. So was his information somehow. An end to be tied up later.
I'm guessing the actual Comte Boisvert met with a fatal accident.
Comte Boisvert slumbers in a nearby closet. Nothing more. The contract on Lady Montile's life is so unusual, we felt the courtesy of an explanation was in order.
It is appreciated, monsieur.
Your idea to seek out the Duparequet to revoke our orders is an interesting one. I wish you luck. I did not come to shed blood today, Inquisitor. Only to speak. Might I pass?
Why warn us about your contract and let us go?
In Orlais, it is only decent to inform those involved in a contract when extraordinary circumstances conspire.
And the guild's reputation would suffer if you ignored the contract. I quite understand.
Thank you, my lady. May we conclude with my departure?
Go then.
Good day, your worship. My lady, I pray we'd never meet again.
Well, I didn't think our meeting would end like this.
We'll deal with these assassins.
I have some thoughts. Let's discuss them back at Skyhold. I'll feel safer with the castle's walls around me.
Do you hear something?
Oh, goodness. Comte Boisvert, is that you? Oh, the lock's been broken off. We'll find a saw. I realize the cabinet is quite valuable, Comte, but surely... A locksmith, then? As you wish.
I'm just going to throw this out that if the lock's been broken off, that's going to ruin the value of the cabinet. But what do I know? What do I know? Interesting. I'm still trying to decide where to go next. So I'm not going to be able to start immediately on Josephine's thing because Josephine's thing is a war table thing, and since everyone's occupied.
I never thought my family's trading status would trap us in an assassin's plot.
You couldn't have known it would lead to this House of Repose coming after you.
It still shouldn't have slipped past me. I've tracked down the last Duparequets. If they become gentry, they can annul the contract on my life. We'll require a noble from Val Royeaux to sponsor them, a judge to provide documents, a minister to ratify them.
It's so like you to take the longest course of action, even when your life is at stake.
I assume you already know everything about this mess.
There is a faster way, Josephine. The original contract on your life is in the vaults of the House of Repose. If my agents infiltrate it and destroy the original, the assassin will have no obligation to chase you.
Leliana, please. I want no more bloodshed over a personal affair.
Don't be so stubborn, Josie. How long will it take you to gather these favors in Val Royeaux? We can solve this without more deaths on either side. My people are ready, should you change your mind. I'll post a watch on our ambassador in case the House of Repose visits.
I appreciate it, but I still believe elevating the Duparequets will solve this. First, we need to perform some favors in Val Royeaux. I'd be happy to discuss where we could begin. Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
You said I'd have to do some favors in Val...
The Countess Dion is our first step. Her lover, a mage from the White... Bring her news of him and she'll be very amenable to sponsoring the
Okay. Okay, maybe that one's not a war table thing. Okay.
The Darkspawn
right there.
have been driven back on the Storm Coast.
Let us pray they do not return.
Okay. Let me see, because we're basically done over here, except for this, but that's don't come in later. Frostback Basin, that's the DLC place. Emperor Deloigne, haven't the Emerald Graves, the Exalted Plains, the Hissing Wastes, and the Forbidden Oasis. Yeah, done there. Excuse me. Okay, just if for no other reason I can start spending my crystal shards to get necessary buffs, we're gonna at least kind of we're gonna do some questing here. This is one of my least favorite places to explore, though, to be honest. By the way, I think I may have realized I might have accidentally gotten the names of... There's 3 desert levels. I might have gotten the Hissing Waste mixed up with a different desert level. Like, the desert level I hate is the big, vast desert at nighttime, whereas the Hissing Waste, I think, is actually one that is in the day. So, yeah, I might have mixed up which area is the one I dislike.
Inquisitor, I'm afraid we got here a little late. The Venatori were already here. We assume they're moving on the temple.
Anything else I should know?
Not much to tell. A mining company out of Valfremin used to have an interest here, but economies change, and they moved on. Strange the miners never marked the temple on their maps. Oh, and some of the scouts saw a giant roaming in the area. Keep your eyes open. Don't want you to get stepped on.
Thank you, sweetians.
Dispatch for you. What is it?
This may be... This might interest you, sir.
What is it?
Could prove you...
Oh dear. One battery is running low. You know what I meant to do, but whatever. on foot. Excuse me again. Yeah, this place, if I remember correctly, is not very big. It's just kind of annoying to explore because it's in canyons. You gotta... It's like, yeah, where I need to go is right here, but I can't necessarily get there from right here, so I gotta find a way to work around to get up there. It's not the worst thing in the world, as this place is kind of small. It's still not my favorite place to be. This area is very take it or leave it for me. And just a breeze. There we go. Ooh. Hello. That's a point of interest. I will go claim it for the Inquisition. I love the fact that even though they said it was that the Venatori were here, that was very clearly a Templar. So, I mean, granted, at this point, we kind of know Corypheus recruited the Templars to his cause, well, the Red Templars, and the Venatori work for Corypheus, so I guess that's to be expected, I suppose.
Well, Harding told us they were here. Keep your guard up. Okay, I need to take a quick break to use the bathrooms, and, you know, we've been going for a couple hours, so I think this is a good time for it. So, yeah, take a break, use the bathroom yourself, get some water, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
We're back. As always, I appreciate your patience. But yeah, we're back, and let's get to it. But yeah, I was also just thinking about, you know, once we get to, like, advancing the story, how much it's gonna even further drive home how much I don't like Sarah, because, well, how do I put this? She's always going on and on about how, well, I help people by actually getting stuff done, while you blah 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 about bureaucracy. But she's constantly, you know, denying what's in front of her if it doesn't fit into her narrow worldview. And I'm like, bitch, you're helping no one by denying the situation because it doesn't fit into your narrow worldview. It's a very relevant problem in this day and age of dumbasses being dumbasses because they don't want to acknowledge something that doesn't, you know, align with how they think, you know? Because it's like, bitch, you're never going to actually help anybody unless you can actually open your fucking eyes and see the world for how it actually is and not constantly, you know, sit on your ass and be like, hashtag not my world. It's like, I still think Vivian's a worse character because she's a privileged bitch. And trying to, you know, she reminds me of especially the bullshit we're dealing with right now with, like, Trump's kids. Of them, you know, trying to educate us about how the world works. I'm like, bitch, you are like the definition of born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Don't you go trying to tell everyone else how the world actually should work. You have never had to actually live in the real world.
Someone else?
Ow.
Why are you following me?
I don't even know who you are.
Stuff to salvage. I used to work here. I know no one needs it.
I'm with the Inquisition.
Been out here a while, but I'll assume that's important. Doesn't explain why you following.
I'm not following. Oh, God damn it. Okay, yes, I know there's Venatori over there, but what are we actually fighting? I swear, if she's completely glitched out and I've missed a quest, I'll be very upset.
It makes sense. It holds them as they die. But then it's a man, and he wants a woman. Why?
When they possess people.
What do you want?
You came...
Mostly, I put my wedding... Oh, it was a stupid argument. Right.
Actually, speaking of another... Sorry, just kind of jumping back to what I was saying earlier about being like, maybe I want to stream some, you know, kind of put my schedule on hold to stream some more topical games, because it's like Yuka Replayly also just came out, and if you guys know, Yooka-Laylee is a game. Well, it's a series that's very important to me and Abby, since we actually helped kickstart it over a decade ago. And, I mean, honestly, I had talked about streaming the Impossible Lair for the channel if it wasn't for the fact that I have never been able to beat that game because of how hard it is. So, Hard was like, maybe I should also stream Yuka Replayly. Just to, you know, put more attention on that game. Especially since from everything I've seen, it improved on Yooka-Laylee in every single way and has made it a much more satisfying package. And hell, I was able to get it digitally for like just $30, so that's pretty cheap. And hopefully it does mean, like, I said this once as fact, but I realized I didn't actually have anything to substantiate this, so I do kind of need to retract my statement of absolution. But I heard Yuka Replayly was made as a way to A, fix the problems that people had with the original game, and B, it was a way for them to test the engine and the physics that they came up with for Yooka-Laylee. Again, I can't substantiate that in any way, shape, or form. And I sadly did say it as a fact in a previous video when I was talking about it, so I apologize for that. But yeah. I don't know. I do not have enough time in the day, and I have too many things. It's like I want to put a spotlight on this because it's important to me. You know? The problems of being an adult. That's why I'm actually kind of mad at myself, because again, I was sick yesterday and the day before, and I didn't do any streaming the day before, and then I only streamed for a tiny bit yesterday. Well, okay, I guess me and Abby did stream in the evening, but still. Because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to be sick and out of work, I should still try to be productive, you know? But I did finish another one of my comics yesterday, so I wasn't completely unproductive. And somehow that particular comic is gotten more views on Instagram than any other one of my comics so far, which I'm like, really? This is the one that's blowing up? Because this is one of the few comics I've done where there just flat out is no punchline. It's not supposed to be funny. It's just entirely set up for more story bits, you know?
Allow me to take a look.
Like, I'm willing to bet anything that 99% of, like, if 99.9% of the people, like, 99.99999, etc., people in the world read the comic, they were just going to be confused. That's because it is something of... It's not an in-joke, but it's an in-reference between me and the people who kind of encouraged me to start my comic, you know? And I mean, this particular one, it's set up for another comic, like the next one. But still, it's... Yeah, I think it's my first ever Instagram reel to get over 300 views, which is not a lot, I acknowledge that, but let's be real here. I've been on YouTube, or me and Abby, we've been on YouTube for over a decade, and, like, our live streams, like, a good, like, the fact that there are 4 people in the stream right now is incredible to me. Like, I usually don't have more than 1. And I mean, okay, to be fair, it's more accurate to say there are 3 because one of the people it's counting as me, since I do watch the streams alongside streaming them just to make sure that they're not glitching out or stopping or whatever. So, yes, I'm technically artificially inflating my views. I don't actually know a way of watching the streams live to make sure it's going well without, like, just watching it on my phone on YouTube. As well as this is how I need to do it to see the live chat. So it's like, if there's a way to do it without artificially inflating my views, I would love to know. But anyway, this is still a big deal to me. And just the fact that outside of Monster Prom, Deltarune, / Undertale, and then Spore Hero, most of our videos never get more than like 20 views. So yeah, the fact that an Instagram reel has gotten over 300 views is actually pretty substantial for my online career anyway. Granted, the viewing metrics are the standards of judging are very different on Instagram versus YouTube, since the Instagram reel is only, like, my comics, they're never more than 45 seconds at most. Whereas YouTube, even back in the day, a shorter video of ours was like 10 to 16 minutes. And again, that's a shorter one. Whereas now, our live streams go anywhere from like a half hour to 7 hours plus, depending on time, day, and game. Because again, I was kind of looking at some of my past streams just to kind of, again, just look at how far we've come or whatnot. And it was actually kind of interesting going back, and I was looking at my God Eater streams, not watching the streams themselves, just kind of looking at like their analytics, because I was like, because that was a very early edgelord stream. It very much, I can credit it with being one of the streams that informed a lot about how I would be tackling edgelord in the future and such. I apologize. Please excuse me. But God Eater was arguably one of the series that I did some of my absolute shortest streams on, because I think the single longest stream I ever did was possibly for the Halo Reach stream, because I did it all in one sitting. But I do think I did do one longer. I don't remember for what game, though. It might have been Dragon Age. It might have been something else entirely. I just don't fully remember. But again, I'm not counting streams that for one reason or another had to be cut short due to, the stream crashed, or I gotta go take care of something that came up unexpectedly. Like, not counting like situations like that. My God Eater 3 stream was one of the shortest streams I had ever actually done on this channel. And I think a big part of that boils down to the fact that as much as I do like God Eater, the games are very repetitive, and I can acknowledge that. And especially when it's like, I'm struggling to get some sleep. If the gameplay does end up being a little too repetitive, like those tended to be, it's like, I'm gonna nod off if I keep streaming this, so I'm gonna cut it short or whatever.
I'm afraid. It wants us to be afraid.
Are we sure this is a good idea?
The feeling at the door, it's gone now.
I believe it was a magical ward of sorts. A warning, or a test. I can feel another of the elven artifacts.
If it helps enough people, it becomes more wondering, wishing, touched by them. Maker loves you, and it grows. But I am me. Will I be more one day if I help enough? Is this a task timed, temporary?
No. It is a mistake to ascribe human motivations to them.
So I am always this.
You are always you.
Nature resistance, cold resistance, and fire resistance are what we can get. So we are going to do the cold resistance first, since, believe me when I say these are some of, being hit by cold can be some of the more detrimental things that you can deal with in this game.
Did that hurt?
Whatever it was, I feel fine.
I'll take your word for it.
The magic was drawn to you, possibly because of your mark. The effects were purely benign.
If it wasn't a trap, what was it?
It may be a reward for those who prove themselves worthy.
Yeah, so this is what the shards are used for. They unlock these doors so you can get these permanent buffs, as well as getting some loot that provide additional buffs. So, yeah, there is more to explore in this map, but yeah, we found like the main reason for being here, which is this temple. anything in this room? Looks like it. Wow, I wasn't expecting to have enough shards to get through this door, too. This, yeah, I think this is the last room. Hey, did you just grapple me? That's my shtick. Oh, jeez.
That had to hurt!
Everyone dead? Everyone's dead. Solus, we're not even in combat. How did you get yourself killed like that? Okay. Put aside what... Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Yes, I did. I think fire resistance might be best to go for next, because I think fire damage is more common than nature damage. But I could also be full of shit. I have been cooked and my insides will be served up with chips to waiting onlookers at my death day party. Alright. Do I have enough? Yep. Nope.
We need more shards.
Yep, we do. Well, let's take the time to go through our armory and see what is this. That's a mage. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Well, but that might be better than what Dorian and the bitch have, so I'm gonna hold off on that. Yeah, I know for a fact that's not better than what me and Bull have, so that can go. That's good, though. The attack speed is good, though. Alright, Solus. Okay. Good enough. I don't know why I did that. Forgive me. know, this level in particular actually does really remind me of the desert planet from Mass Effect Andromeda. So I wonder if there was some direct inspiration between BioWare developers, because, I mean, I don't think... To my understanding, there are technically separate development teams within BioWare. Like, they do overlap to help each other out if they're in a bit of a time crunch, but largely the Mass Effect crews and the Dragon Age crews are somewhat distinct from each other. But just because this is a very canyon-y, just a very canyon-focused place, the topography is, like I said, it's very similar to the general vibe of the desert planet in Mass Effect Andromeda that the Krogan settle on. I do apologize that I don't remember what it's called, but there you go. I don't remember what it's called. Thought that would be for sure one of the ways I'd need to get out there.
Is it true that the entire Dwarven economy relies upon lyrium?
Mostly. We've got the Nug market cornered as well.
And the dwarves of Orzammar have never studied lyrium?
If they have, they certainly haven't shared anything up here. Why?
It is the source of all magic, save that which mages bring themselves. Dwarves alone have the ability to mine it safely. I wondered if they had sought to learn more.
The folks back in Orzammar don't care much about anything but tradition.
You know, given the fact that... sorry, I don't remember where I was going with that, so I'm just gonna not go anywhere with that. Okay, here's a campsite up here.
Inquisitor.
maybe I do want to go that way. Alright, there's no, like, map of this kind of subterranean area. It's just the overhead map. Which, I mean, I get, but it's also frustrating. Wait, okay, no, I was about to say, I'm like, I didn't just run right past that, did I? But it's like, no, I didn't actually come in here. Solus, buddy, could you give me a light? Solus, I'm pretty sure that's an OSHA violation to climb a ladder with something in your hand like that. I'm amazed I didn't go crashing down to the bottom. Okay, I reckon I've been here before. Alright, this is a dead end. Okay. Oh, was that all the landmarks? Cool. One less thing I technically got to worry about.
Someone help! Run by!
Crap. Almost got him. down. Solus's AI in this playthrough is really stupid, I am not gonna lie. Bitter. Back to the creepy crawly place from whence I came. Oh good, another spitter. And by oh good, I mean fucking I know, I admit I do try to get over my phobia of spiders, since in many respects I'd rather have spiders in my house than like flies. Since, you know, spiders, you know, kill, you know, bad insects. At least where I live. In other parts of the world, you don't want spiders in your house because they're super venomous. I love that my, you know, axe graphics are glitching out again. Okay, I need a key. I did not remember that. I just got moved. Oh, good. Oh, okay. Okay. I have no idea what caused me to be launched like out of a catapult, but okay. It's fine. I didn't have any other plans today.
One more for me.
Oh, 1 second.
But he died at the end of the last book. If he comes
Need to
back,
respond to
the
the
readers will be
message.
confused.
Okay, delving into my personal life is one thing, but a writer needs some privacy.
Yeah, just listen to my good friend's banter. Oh, okay. Yep. Yup. Yup. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. Acquired serpent stone. Ooh, I've got the serpent stone. It is it's stone that is a sneaky little snag. Oh, I want that. now it's going to be a bit of a headache to get all the shards. Because at this point, it's basically just get all the shards in this area, but because of just how everything interconnects, and you gotta get to it specifically. Yeah, this is gonna be a little annoying, I'm not gonna lie, but we'll make it work. Step up the key, feel the wind, smell the air, chances are everywhere, obstacles are no excuse. Alright, got to get over the bar. Stars upon bars over there. This is how we do it. Paragon's Luster, huh? That's a fun name for a mineral. Thought so. Yeah, at that angle I couldn't tell. I'm like, is that a mage or is that Venatori with a giant ass shield? Because if it's a Venatori with a giant ass shield, I would not have been able to pull him to me.
The elven artifact.
So do I.
The wards are working. It should be harder for tears to form here.
Kalu Kalei. You know, I'm actually surprised. Well, then again, that's because I'm this dragon armor is, well, it's more armor than anything else. Sorry, what I was about to say is that this is the longest I've ever actually worn the dragon plate. And yes, I know this isn't the one that I got at the start of the game. It's a new set I forged. But that probably is due to the fact that, like, the rogue and the mage equivalent, they're just not as good compared to other rogue or mage armors you can just get or craft, so yeah, that actually does make sense why I've basically worn almost nothing but this armor design the whole playthrough, outside of that brief bit where I wore the Aeroshock style armor. Whew. I feel like I almost... It's not up here, is it? Fuck me sideways on twos. Fuck me sideways. Would have to come down here anyway. So I basically jumped and broke my kneecaps twice for nothing. I only had to break my kneecaps once. Hello, little jackal things. It's time for you to meet the magic power of my invisible axe. It's not as powerful as the invisible guns from 4Kids, but it's still impressive nonetheless. Not want to do that, but okay. Well, that worked better than I could have hoped for. Maybe. Perhaps not. I'm assuming that's why it flashed with unlock the next door, as I officially have enough shards to open the next one, but I don't know.
that way?
Alright, fine. I thought it was just a way around. Bad move, Buckwheat.
Do you ever miss life beneath the earth? The call of the stone?
Nah, whatever the stone, capital S, is, it was gone by the time my parents had me.
But do you miss it?
How could I miss what I never had? But say I did have that sense, that connection to the stone. What would it cost me? Would I lose my friends up here? Would I stop telling stories? I like who I am. If I want to hear songs, I'll go to the tavern.
You are wiser than most.
We can cut through here.
Yes, but that's not where I'm trying to go, I'm pretty sure. Okay, this is also not really where I wanted to go either, because I want to be up there. I'm pretty sure the miner, I'm pretty sure they're up top. Sure where that miner is and how I can get to them. they like inside the temple or something? I don't have any idea where they are. Open it from that side, eh? Yeah, if they're not down here, then it's possible they've glitched out of existence. And are like buried in the floor somewhere. They might be buried in the floor somewhere. I think they're... maybe if I leave and come back. I don't know. Okay, let us... Yeah, I know I've got a few war table operations I can now do. Also, it would be good to empty my pockets a little bit. Bear! They're all ready to report in. Perfect. Perfect, perfect.
Inquisitor.
Worship?
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
Not yet, but we're gonna get started now that we got people back. Excuse me. So, oh no, there is one right there. Right in front of me.
The city has agreed to send us 5 dozen guardsmen.
Not raw recruits. With luck, they'll know which end to grip a sword by.
At your service. Inquisitor.
You guys see that? Oh wait, that's probably where the steal the contract was, and now that we've officially done the whole
The order was sent?
This morning.
Huh.
To work?
I have no idea who or what that is. Oh. I forgot finding the wardens was separate from... Well, okay. So we're actually going to go do this one, because I believe this is the Crestwood. I think this unlocks Crestwood, and that this is like a whole nother big area to explore. Because... Wait a second. Is this not what I thought it was? Oh no.
Welcome to the Western Approach.
This is not what I thought it
Cited
was.
warden activity to the southwest, but no one's been close enough to figure out what... Between the sandstorms and the vicious wild... One of my men got too close to a poison hot spring and gave me a slightly delirious report of a high dragon. In short, this might just be the worst place in the entire world. Be careful out there.
Well, it's...
Sorry, I don't...
Okay,
We
now...
intercepted a Venator... This entire place.
Okay, this is... Alright, this is not what I thought it was.
What is it?
This could help.
This is not what I thought it was. Hold the phone. Right, over here is where Crestwood was, now that I think about it. Well, we're here. We may as well, you know, just stick with it. Actually, hold on. Is there one of Cassandra's doohickeys here? Yeah, one of Cassandra's doohickeys is here. Alright, Cole, I'm gonna have to bench you, since Cassandra actually has to be in my party for her thing. Actually, what does that one do? I don't remember what this one actually does for me. I might just stick with, like, the Fade rather than that, but it's good to know I've got options. Oh, that's right. Forgot about that fact. Yeah, Cassandra's, thing is on the other side of this wall. And, yeah.
No good. What?
Yeah, I can't access them except for on the other side. And there's, like, this big roundabout thing I have to do to get over there. See, I don't have to have her in my party right now. Let's get Cole back in the party. Oh.
Nothing to report, sir.
Alrighty. Alrighty-di-di-di-di-di-di-di. Missed. Missed again. There we go. Oh great, another spitter. 2 spitters. Oh, sorry, Martin. I did not realize. How long have you been back? And no, I haven't watched Breaking Bad. It wasn't a show that interested me when it was out, and it's just one of those that I've just never really felt inclined to go back and watch. Okay, cool. I don't know. I think it's largely due to the fact that I worked in a place like a drug rehab hospital. Well, okay, it was a behavioral hospital, but drug rehab was one of the many things that we helped people with. That watching a show with a drug dealer as a protagonist or whatever just wasn't something that I think it just hit a little close to home, you know? Especially since the detox unit was always, like, some of the worst and most awful people to deal with, you know? I know. I wanted to make they're called mineral be a joke because I saw the Lego mineral set. Just I don't fully know the context, but it's minerals. Just I don't know. That just sounds kind of funny to me. Oh, hello. Break. Oh yeah, I guess this was technically the Venatori. Maria always called them rocks. Wait, is Josephine back? Oh yeah, Josephine's back. Okay, I like the name. Also saw some Transformers Legos. Nice. Yeah. I don't know. I've got kind of mixed feelings about the Transformers Legos. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think they're pretty cool. But it also means that they can't actually transform because they're Legos. If they could transform, they'd fall apart in your hands, you know? But I also can't deny they're still pretty cool. I have a couple pics to share with you after. Cool, thanks. I appreciate that. Because, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do have a handful of Transformers. I do have a handful of non-transforming Transformers. And I have, like, 2 model kits. But part of the reason I have those is one of the model kits I have are of Unarmored Ultra Magnus, which for those who don't know, Unarmored Ultra Magnus is a white Optimus Prime.
Frederick of Seralt.
There's a long story to that. I can get into it later if you guys want. But there are very few English Ultra Magnus toys that have this white body. Like, don't get me wrong, I have his War for Cybertron Siege toy, which does have the white Optimus, but his proportions are kind of goofy looking for a few reasons. Anyway, the other one I have is that I have a model of Windblade, which actually kind of sucks. Like, the arm fell off and I can't really fix it. I grabbed that because this was before any, like, really good masterpiece quality figures of Windblade came out. I since have a good masterpiece quality third-party figure of Windblade that now it's like, oh, yeah, the model may have gone to pieces, but I can live with that. I got something else now. And then some of the others are, I have a non-transforming figure of Fire Convoy, which I got because I wanted to get all, like, I was basically trying to get all the Autobot, Decepticon, Maximal, and Predacon leaders from all the TV shows from G1 through the Beast era, so I got, you know, an Optimus Prime, a Rodimus Prime, a Fortress Maximus, an Optimus Primal, a Wild Combo. Wait, really? That's cool. Saw one that had a stamp of the box transform. Okay, that's pretty cool. But yeah, at the time, there was really no Fire Convoy toys, unless I wanted to track down one of their original toys from, like, 2001, which I had to actually do that to get Gigatron, which is Fire Convoy's archenemy, and even then, the only one I could found is missing all of its accessories, but it's like, whatever, I've got it. Well, at the time, the only Fire Convoy that was for sale on the market was from a third-party developer called, I think they're actually called Banana Republic or something like that. Yes, I know a Banana Republic is like a term to describe, like, a country's economy or whatever, but I digress. Yeah, and it was a non-transforming figure. That's actually really nice quality, if I do say so myself. But Gigatron, is there a Sigmatron? There might be. It's possible. I'd have to look that one up. Like, and if there was, it would probably be only Japanese exclusive, since American media is less inclined to use the word Tron in original characters because they don't want... Wait, for real? Damn. Again, like, I can't prove it or not, but there might be. I'd have to look it up. But like I said, if there was, it would probably just be a Japanese exclusive character, since America is less inclined to use the name Tron in any Transformers besides Megatron or Galvatron, because they don't want to take away from Megatron, quote unquote. Whereas in Japan, they're a lot more likely to use it because like Japan is not as married to Optimus and Megatron as America is. So in Japan, Optimus is known as Convoy. So like, just for example, so like in the original G1, like, because they produced a couple direct sequels to the G1 cartoons. So they made the Headmasters, Super God Master Force, and Victory. None of the leaders in those shows have Convoy in their name. But when they hit the Beast era, there was Lio Convoy, which is basically, translated English, Lion Optimus. Or I think now he's called Lio Prime in like the one English release he got. Or Big Convoy. Or then Fire Convoy. Well, anyway, let's see. It's like why Avatar: Last Airbender in the UK is called The Legend of Aang, because Bender means something else in the UK. That actually makes sense. Because, I mean, yeah, things do get their names changed in different... Because, like, the Ninja Turtles in several parts of the world, including the UK, they're called the Hero Turtles because ninja is not a word that's allowed to be used in British media. In fact, in one of the more infamous Ninja Turtles TV shows, the Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation, not only did it have to be called Hero Turtles: The Next Mutation, Leonardo wasn't allowed to use a katana. He instead had it swapped out with a different type of Asian sword, and Michelangelo had to have their nunchucks replaced with tonfas. Because for whatever, I think it's because China and Britain really have not gotten along ever since British occupied part of China. So Britain's like, nunchucks were Bruce Lee's signature weapon, so we do not want any media with nunchucks. But anyway, but yeah, so at the time, this third-party non-transforming toy was the only thing I could find of Fire Convoy. Now, sadly, HasLab actually did basically their version of a Kickstarter campaign to make a new Fire Convoy. In fact, not just a Fire Convoy, an Omega Prime, or a God Prime as he's known in Japanese. But I was short on funds, and it was like $300, so I wasn't able to snag that figure. And unfortunately, with HasLab figures, they're toys that are never released to the general public, because it's like, okay, these are expensive and very niche characters.
Any news on the House of Repose?
So we're just gonna, if you want to back it...
What's the next favor we need to get these two parakeets to lordship?
We need a judge of the royal court.
Yeah. So it's like, we'll only make enough copies for people who pre-order them, and that's it. Because, like, that's how I got my authentic, like, officially licensed by Hasbro Star Saber I guess it's technically my Victory Saber figure, is I backed theirs. But I missed their Death Saurus. They did a Death Saurus one too, which I couldn't afford. And they did let's just say HasLab did they did the Omega Prime, there was just a lot of Transformers toys I couldn't afford through HasLab, because they've done a lot of cool shit through HasLab. Actually, hold on. I am curious. Really quick. Transformers. Yes, there is a transformer called Sigmatron. Sigmatron. He's known as a technomorph. He's part of the Desterons faction, which Desteron is just Decepticon, is a Japanese word for Decepticon, but Desteron has occasionally been used in English languages to mean something else. A Desteron, general terms, blah, 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 blah. Galactic Voyage Transformer series. What? Galactic... Oh, okay. Okay, okay, so Sigmatron was made for an upcoming webcomic that is an adaptation of a play-by-post game that... Because, like, there is an official Transformers tabletop RPG, which I do... Wait. Which I do actually own that RPG, because it's actually compatible with the Power Rangers tabletop RPG. I have both of them, and I've been meaning to learn how to play it, but just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, there is a Sigmatron. Actually, I want to check something else real quick. Oh, yeah. And even if we put Sigmatron aside, there is the supercomputer Vector Sigma that's been a part of the franchise since the very beginning. So, yes, there's plenty of Sigma and Sigma sounding things as part of the Transformers franchise.
Inquisitor, what an unexpected pleasure. You must have had a long journey to the city. Might there be any news from this house?
Here's a letter from Ellery. He's safe with his family in the Dales.
Oh, my Ellery. Oh, bless you. The Dions will sponsor the Duparakets as a family deserving of a noble title, Inquisitor.
Sweet.
You have my word. Now please, forgive my hastiness, but I must read Ellery's words. Make her keep you.
Fair. Fair. You may go about your business. Move along, move along. So, instances like what Muffin was just talking about, with Avatar's name needing to be changed in the UK, is a big part of the reason I do have to be rather hesitant when it comes to getting upset over localized censorship. Because, well, it's a very fine line and it's very easy to cross. There is a difference between localizing something and straight up censorship. Because sometimes it is necessary, I feel, to make some changes to something when it's translated to a different language, because it's not always going to work if it's left completely as is. And some things are more debatable, like removing Vivian's trans identity from the original release of Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door. That's an argument that I don't feel there's a right answer to, because, yeah, I think it's erasure, and it kind of sucks that it took 20 plus years for this trans character to have proper representation in the West. On the other hand, I also understand that if it was left in 2004, the game probably would have been banned and we never would have gotten it in the West. Which is bullshit. Like, I want to be clear, I am not defending the culture that made the change necessary. I'm more just saying I understand why it was deemed necessary, even if I do not agree with it. But then there's some other things, like in the third Ace Attorney game. If you guys don't know, in the third and final case of that game, there's a plot to assassinate Mia. And it involves, you know, little Pearl. Well, one of the things in the original Japanese is that her mom uses terminology that basically causes Pearl to misunderstand what her mom wants her to do. So she ends up throwing a pot of curry all over a portrait of Mia's mom. I don't remember what... I think it's Misty Faye? I could be getting the names wrong. It's been a while. And I was never as into those games as Abby was. Well, the reason she did this... Well, it's a language pun. It's a language pun that doesn't really work in English. Again, I don't know the full depth thing because I'm not proficient in Japanese or the nuance of Japanese, but I do know that that was what happened. So when it was translated into English, it was changed so that the letter that Pearl's mom left for her used the language, "We will gravely roast the leader of the whatever, I forget their name." And it's like, that worked. It's not as, you know, perfect of a pun, but by doing that, the English version changed the curry to, it's like, oh, they weren't having, instead of them having curry for dinner, and that's how Pearl got confused, they instead were eating pot roast and gravy. So in English, it was changed to gravy instead of curry that she threw on the portrait. And it's like, okay, that pun works better in English. Because again, the words in Japanese, or like the kanji in Japanese or whatever, to, you know, that would cause Pearl to make a mistake, just aren't a thing in English, at least not in American English. But yeah, so it's one of those things that it's like, there are things that do need to be changed to make sure that they work from one culture to another. Because, like, there was a game that I got for the PlayStation 4 that I'm like, this looks really cool. That was Chinese made. And what I didn't know when I bought it was that it was the latest entry in, like, a long-running series. And I'm like, okay, but... So when I started playing it, I just kept getting more and more confused. And when I looked it up, that's when I learned it was a new entry in a series. And this is one that references past games more than others. And that was only part of the problem. The first problem is, you know, obviously this was apparently the first one that was released in America. At least I think it was released in America. I might have gotten a UK copy or something. But this is a game that pulls heavily from Chinese lore and culture, meaning that there's not going to be a lot of like, they're going to name drop something and then they're not going to explain it because, well, a Chinese player is just going to know who this mythological character is or what this sort of thing means, you know? And unfortunately, just due to our limited, you know, like, lore and myths and even customs in a sense, there isn't, like, a good American equivalent. At least I don't think there is. So, yeah, it ended up being a game where it's like, okay, as fun as this game looked and as fun as this game was and as pretty as it was, I just couldn't keep playing it because I just didn't understand anything because I'd never played any of the other games. And I didn't have that, you know, cultural, you know, knowledge in order to properly follow it. It's a shame, because I was having fun with it. And I don't remember what the game was called off the top of my head. It's over there on my shelf. Just maybe look at it. I don't know what it's called, so I can't tell you guys off the top of my head. I mean, I guess it's less of an American thing, but I think probably like a good example, and I'm just bringing up, I was raised Mormon, so bear with me. It would be like if I were to write a book or make a story and say that, what's a good example? And I were to make a game with a character in it named Brigham Young. And the character's role in the game was someone who is very helpful, but usually says things that should not be taken seriously or whatnot. Or I don't tell the players that this is someone that you should ignore most of what he says, even if he's well-intentioned. Well, most people aren't going to understand why that's the case. Well, the reason for that is if you were raised Mormon like I was, so just for context, Brigham Young was the second prophet of the Mormon church. And something I was flat out told several times growing up was, don't read the works of Brigham Young. Or don't read the writings of Brigham Young, and if you do, don't take them to heart, because he said a lot of problematic things.
Visitors, thank the Maker.
Which is...
It's been so long since I've spoken
and
to
stuff
anyone.
That's like, you really shouldn't have taken it seriously or anything like that.
I think I found your supplies.
But that's another thing. It's like, wait, so if we have this whole thing...
What about markers?
It's another bit of stuff that just wasn't lining up, which is one of the big reasons why I did leave the church, is because... Anyway, that's beside the point. I figured that's just kind of... That wasn't a great example, but it's the best I got.
The rest of your...
I've also seen Grey Ward.
Well...
Strange that a lone scholar should be complete.
After more than 30 days, I have yet to observe the abyss.
I have this...
But, if you happen to find more of it, please let me know.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clear that.
But my hope...
Okay, actually, I just thought of a better example, actually, of what might work better. Is if, I made a game, and I left, and like, the only clue you were given was to, it's like, find a place where people, found refuge after fleeing persecution or something like that, and that was it. But there was also there just happened to be... like a valley called Helaman in the game that I never called any additional attention to because, again, it's like, well, if you were raised Mormon, you would know the myth, in the Book of Mormon about how a group of faithful people found refuge in a valley called Helaman to escape from a corrupt king, That's the sort of issues I was running into with this game, is that I needed to have context for what a lot of this stuff was that I just lacked because I wasn't raised in China. Sorry, yeah, I think that's a better example of kind of what I was talking about.
Frederick ordered a tea kettle, and it never arrived.
Hi, Death Badger. I don't know, what the fuck are you? Oh, well, I needed that anyway to work on a requisition. Very rude. So, there's a YouTuber I like named Phaelus. He's a former member of the Channel Awesome website, if anyone even remembers that. Honestly, his stuff since leaving Channel Awesome has been way more interesting than any of the stuff he did while a member, but he recently did, well, not recently, it's been a couple of years, but he did a interesting, what's what I'm looking for? Comprehensive review of every episode of that awful Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and X Mutation show I mentioned earlier. And one of the things he did is he kind of went through and talked about how, like, each because he walked like, here's the American release, here's the UK, here's the Canadian, and here's how each one differs from one another. And he kind of talked about, it's like, this scene is extended in the UK version because in the English version they had to cut the scene down because it very clearly shows the two towers, or the World Trade Center towers, and yeah, because like the DVD, for the most part, like the DVD cuts are usually based on what was shown in syndication rather than the original broadcast, because those would be the most up-to-date versions of the episodes. And, well, the episodes initially aired before the 9/11 terrorist attack in America. The syndications weren't. So they had to edit out the World Trade Centers from all American releases. What's also kind of interesting is that he also pointed out it's like due to just different timing requirements for like commercial breaks and whatnot from America to other countries. It's like there's several scenes in like the first couple episodes that involve the Shredder that were drastically cut down in the American release, again just due to commercial placement. Because like, yeah, in like the UK version, there's like Shredder's arguing with like two bumbling members of the Foot Clan, and those characters are basically completely removed in the American cut of the show. You know, just stuff like that. It's very comprehensive, and yeah, I do rather like his stuff. Well, I like his stuff when he kind of does like TV show recaps, because he also did like that for, he talked about both Mortal Kombat TV shows from the 90s, the goofy live action one and the really crappy animated kid show. And then he didn't do as comprehensive, he didn't do like a episode by episode review of Beast Wars like he did for those shows, but he did a comprehensive look back on Beast Wars and Beast Machines. And yeah, he once again talked about how Beast Wars in Canada had to be renamed because they weren't allowed to have the word war be in the title of a kids show in Canada. So Beast Wars got renamed to Beasties. I think Blackwell would have liked to have been it. Even though it's like, that name sounds worse in my humble opinion. But what do I know? And when I say sound worse, I mean it sounds like it could be more suggestive and inappropriate for kids, you know, than just simply calling it Beast Wars. So, just tangential anecdote. So, yeah, it's hard to believe, you know, that the abridged series that, you know, I would watch when I was in high school are gonna be 20 years old in the next couple of years, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. It's still technically an ongoing series, even though he only makes like one episode every year or two, if that, just because I know Little Kribo's health has not been the greatest these past couple of years. But I think it was like either the very last episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged we got, or the one before it. Just randomly out of the blue, just they make a reference to Beast Wars. And what I thought was really funny is around the time that episode came out, I was actually showing Beast Wars to two of my friends. So it's like, Little Kribo, are you stalking me? That has absolutely nothing to do with the game at hand. I don't know. Like so many things, I just thought it'd be an interesting tidbit to share. Thank you. Thank you for the bottle. Hello, friends. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your personal savior? Alright, get me my bedroll. I'm going to sprawl out. And let's kick some ass first. Alright, fine. Do that. I'll kick your ass. Definitely a high dragon around here. Boot to the general area. You saw that other creature just go flying off into space, right? Okay, let's head back to Skyhold, because I know Josephine was ready to report back a while ago. But I just didn't feel like I was in the best position to leave and come back. Yeah, I've done a very bad job of saving this game, this live stream. If I still had, if that last save was from the Exalted Plains. Wait, special?
Tell me the truth, Varric.
Shit. I get... Either you're guided by the hand of some higher power, or you have the worst luck.
That's not a reason to believe in me. It might act...
Look at all the shit. You were saved from the explosion that leveled a mountaintop. And you traveled through time, faced down one of the ancient magisters who started the Blights. Had a mountain... One of those things would be impossible. All of them together? That's a miracle.
Varric, it's just a coincidence. It's not destiny. I'm not some...
You can keep saying that. Meanwhile, I'm going to stand watch in case it starts raining cows.
Your worship.
I should probably... Because I think it said something about... I got like a quest of make like exquisite material or something like that. Also, there is a store down here that I can empty my pockets in. That's not it. I need to go through this and hand out armor.
Ready for anything, Inquisitor?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to bank that. I don't think it's actually better than what I've got. Yeah, it's basically the same stats. Sure, I could put more stuff on it, but I'm going to hold off making stuff until I get legit better things. And I don't think any of these things come close to that, you know, magic ethereal axe I've got. Kind of benefit of having a DLC axe, if you know what I mean. Hold on, upgrade potions. Yeah, let's equip everybody. Get some stuff out of my inventory. Let's yeah, fuck it. Get that gone, get that gone. Gone. Okay, Sarah. Okay, Durian. It is better, but they're not a high enough level to use it yet. Alright. No one's going to be level 16, so no one can use that staff. Looks good on her. Looks good on him. Oh, that looks better. Again, it's nuts how, you know, the same armor looks completely different on different people, you know? But then some, like the armor she's currently wearing looks completely identical between characters wearing it. Not good enough. Now my pockets are a little less bloated. Yeah, is there any... Because I didn't have access to all the different colors when I dyed it originally. But I don't think there's any new color that's better than what I got. So, yeah, I will keep it. Alright, war table. Oh, yeah, feels good. Yeah, there is nothing like a good stretch in the morning.
Inquisitor!
What happened here?
The House of Repose decided to pay a visit. The guards arrived in time, but I should have guessed the assassins would infiltrate the servants.
Are you sure they didn't hurt?
They only frightened me. Leliana assigned people to shadow me. They appear... I owe you everything, sir.
Only my duty, Ambassador. I'll talk with the spy master about these murderous louts.
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
What's the next favor we need?
We need a judge of the royal court to
Let's see. Where's Josephine? Ready to rip? There it is. There we go.
I have something for you, Commander. The soldiers the Herald rescued from the Fallermire arrived an hour ago.
Thank the
Yay?
Maker. We need good news.
What was that? Oh, my fellow researcher.
I have the supply.
Now that I have my recipes back, I'll be able to... I have most of what I need. But I still need to gather quill...
You study dragons?
Oh, they are fascinating and little... The Nevarans wrote I would be most interested if you come across it.
We'll have...
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling I need to end the stream. No. Yeah, I was gonna go for a bit longer, but no, I'm feeling that this is where I need to stop it. Okay. So, tomorrow will not be an edgelord stream. I repeat, there will not be an edgelord stream Sunday morning. And probably there won't be any more Sunday morning edgelord streams until we are completely done with Persona 3. And that is because Abby really wants to be a part of that one, plus I kind of need Abby's help. I don't really have the patience to play through the Persona games because of just how strict you have to stick to a schedule and a guide to make sure you can actually get everything, and it just, it's not for me. But I like the stories, so what's going to happen instead tomorrow is we will be doing another Inquisition stream. I had considered for a bit to possibly be streaming 2 games as myself, but I kind of also realized with just how long Inquisition is going to take for me to get through, the best possible option is to just stream it twice on the weekend. That's the best way that I'm going to be making progress with this game, especially since there are so many other games out right now that I do want to stream as well, combined with, it's like, okay, if I do stick with my schedule, next would be a Tales game, and a remake of a good Tales game is coming out next week. So yeah, For the most part, we are going to try to stream Edgelord on Friday nights, but sometimes that can't always... I mean, like this last week, we had to do it Thursday night for reasons. But anyway, I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Have a good rest of your day.